crying, Jesus, help me to feel the love again in my own land. But if no roads lead away from home, give me loving arms away from harm. Oh, la da da dom, la da da dom, wo do do da da dom. Can you hear the voice of the children softly pleading for silence in their shattered world? Angry guns preach a gospel full of hate, blood of the innocent on their hands. Crying, Jesus, help me to feel the sun again upon my face. For when darkness clears, I know you're near, bringing peace again. Dolly Juliette, Svejje molitve. Can you hear the prayer of the children? Kiki can, Kiki can, Kiki can, Kiki can, Kiki can, the blacksmith quartet me, 9 months and better, and first he won my heart, he wrote me a letter, and his hand, he shines so bright in leather, he makes us Spartan fly, all around his middle, and for the blacksmith quartet me, 9 months and better, and first he won my heart, Kiki can, for the blacksmith quartet me, 9 months and better, and first he won my heart, he wrote me a letter, and his hand, he shines so bright in leather, he makes us Spartan fly, all around his middle, Kiki can. Tout puissant matter what you're after, knowing you're not alone.
If you cover your eyes, the world moves faster. We won't be here for long. And the lucky ones that make no sound till the cash machines stop breaking down, while the lunatics are waiting round for God.
Head in the sky, the stars that you run around brightest before they fall, bringing all our cities alive for the final meltdown. It's only natural.
And the lucky ones that make no sound till the cash machines stop breaking down, while the lunatics are waiting round for God.
It's funny, we grow no more unless we know.
It's funny how we go, no more the less we know.
It's funny how we grow no more unless we know.
It's funny how we go, no more the less we
When the night is calm and the land is dark and the moon is the only light you see, no, I won't be afraid, no, I won't be afraid, just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me.
Stand by me.
Oh,
Stand by me.
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 If the sky that we look upon should tumble and fall, and the mountains should crumble to the sea, I won't cry, no, I won't cry, I won't shed a tear, just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand
by me. Stand by me.
Won't you stand
by me.
Stand by me.
Stand by me.
Won't you
Stand by me.
Won't you
Stand by me.
Stand by me.
Stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me.
Won't you stand
by me.
Stand
by me.
Won't you stand
Stand by me.
Won't you stand
by me.
Stand by me.
Stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me.
So darling, darling, stand by me.
Stand by me.
Stand by me.
Stand by me.
Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me.
Stand by me.
Oh, stand by me.
Stand by me. Stand by me. Good night, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. Good night, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. I hate to leave you, but I really must say, good night, sweetheart, good night. Good night, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. Good night, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. I hate to leave you, but I really must say, good night, sweetheart, good night.
Well, it's 3:00 in the morning. Baby, I just can't treat you right. Well, I hate to leave you, baby. I don't mean baby.
You know I love you so. Good night, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. Good night, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. I hate to leave you, but I really must say, good night, sweetheart, good night.
Now your mother and your father won't like it if I stay too long. Why kiss in the dark and how we go?
You know I hate to go. Good night, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. Good night, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. I hate to leave you, but I really must say, good night, sweetheart, good night. Good night, sweetheart, good night. Good night, sweetheart, good night, sweetheart,
Look at me, I'm a train, I'm a track, I'm a train, I'm a train, I'm a chicken train, yeah. Look at me, got a load on my back, I'm a train, I'm a train, I'm a chicken train, yeah. I'm a train, I'm a chicken train, yeah. I'm a train, I'm a chicken train. Been a hard day, it has been a hard day, it has been a hard day, it has. I'm a chicken train, I'm a chicken train, I'm a train, I'm a chicken train, chicken train, yeah. Look at me, train. Look at him, train, he's a train. In a life that's long and hard, I'm a train, I'm a train, I'm a chicken train, yeah. Going down to the breaker's yard, I'm a train, I'm a train, I'm a chicken train. Been a hard day, it has been a hard day, it has been a hard day, it has. I'm a chicken train, I'm a train, I'm a chicken train, I'm a chicken train, I'm a train, I'm a train, I'm a chicken train, I'm a train, I'm a chicken 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 train. I'm a chicken train. Chicken, 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 chicken train. Chicken, 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 chicken train. Train, I'm a train, I'm a chicken, chicken train. I'm a train, I'm a train, I'm a chicken, chicken train. I'm a train, I'm a train, I'm a chicken, chicken train. I'm a train, I'm a train, I'm a chicken, chicken train. I'm a train, I'm a train, I'm a chicken train. I'm a chicken train, I'm a chicken train. Hey, boy, boy.
There you see her, sitting there across the way. She don't got a lot to say, but there's something about her. And you don't know why, but you're dying to try. You wanna kiss the girl. Yes, you want her. Look at her, you know you do. Possible she wants you to, but there's one way to ask her. It don't take a word, not a single word. Go on and kiss the girl. Sha-la-la-la-la-la, my oh my. Look like the boy too shy, ain't gonna kiss the girl. Sha-la-la-la-la-la, ain't that sad? Ain't it a shame? Too bad he gonna miss the girl. Now's your moment, floating in a blue lagoon. Boy, you better do it soon, no time will be better. She don't say a word, she won't say a word until you kiss the girl. Go kiss the girl. Sha-la-la-la-la-la, don't be scared, you've got the mood prepared. Go on and kiss the girl. Sha-la-la-la-la-la, don't stop now, don't try to hide it. How you wanna kiss the girl? Sha-la-la-la-la-la, float along and listen to the song. The song say, kiss the girl. Sha-la-la-la-la-la, music play, do what the music say. You wanna kiss the girl. You've got to kiss the girl. You wanna kiss the girl. Go on and kiss the girl.
Somebody's monkey by the side of the road. Somebody's pussy who forgot his highway code. Someone's favorite feline who ran clean out of luck when he ran onto the road and tried to argue with a truck.
Yesterday he purred and played in his pussy paradise, decapitating Tweety birds and masticating mice. Now he's just 6 pounds of raw red mints.
That don't sound very nice. He's nobody's monkey now. Oh, you who love your pussy, be sure to keep him in. Don't let him argue with the truck. The truck is bound to win. And out upon the busy road, don't let him play and frolic. If you do, I'm warning you, it might be catastrophic.
If you let him play on the roadway, I'm afraid that will be that. There will be one last despairing meow and a kind of squelching splut. He will be slightly dead
And very, very flat. He's nobody's moggy,
Kind Jesus, help me to see the morning light of one more day. But if I should die before I wake, I pray my soul to take. Can you feel the hearts of the children aching for home, for something of their very own, reaching hands with nothing to hold on to, but hope for a better day. A better day. Crying, Jesus, help me to feel the love again in my own land. But if unknown roads lead away from home, give me loving arms away from harm. Can you hear the voice of the children softly pleading for silence in their shattered world? Angry guns preach a gospel full of hate, blood of the innocent on their hands. Crying, Jesus, help me to feel the sun again upon my face. For when darkness clears, I know you're near, bringing peace again. Doli czuje swej dzisiejszej modlitwy. Can you hear the prayer of the children?
Kiki can, Kiki can, Kiki can, Kiki can, Kiki can, the blacksmith courted me 9 months and better, and first he won my heart. He wrote me a letter, and his hand, and he shines so bright in heaven, he makes us sparks fly all around his middle. For the blacksmith courted me 9 months and better, and first he won my heart. Kiki can, for the blacksmith courted me 9 months and better, and first he won my heart. He wrote me a letter, and his hand, shines so bright in heaven, he makes us sparks and fly all around his middle.
éternité. Écoutez-moi, écoutez la voix de votre Père. Nous avons promis des grandes choses, on nous en a promis des plus grandes. Gardons-les unes et soupirons après les autres. Le plaisir est grand, la paix éternelle, la souffrance est légère, la gloire infinie. Beaucoup sont appelés, peu sont élus, tous recevront ce qu'ils en ont mérité. Ainsi soit-il. Ainsi soit-il. You've been living your life, getting what you're after, knowing you're not alone.
If you cover your eyes, the world moves faster. We won't be here for long. And the lucky ones that
Make no sound.
till the cash machines stop
Breaking down.
while the lunatics are
Waiting round.
for God.
Head in the sky, the stars that you run around brightest before they fall, bringing all our cities alive for the final meltdown. It's only natural. And the lucky ones that
Make no sound.
till the cash machines stop
Breaking down.
It's funny, we grow no more unless we know.
It's funny how we go. No more the less we know.
It's funny.
dark and the moon is the only light you see. No, I won't be afraid, no, I won't be afraid, just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Stand by me. Oh, stand by me. 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 If the sky that we look upon should tumble and fall, and the mountains should crumble to the sea, I won't cry, no, I won't cry, I won't shed a tear, just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. 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 So darling, darling, stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me.
Freundliche Stille himmlische Ruhe.
don't know who's carrying him. Yeah. Kia ora tātou katoa. We've got a lot of people outside to come in, so we've been asked to, please, we need to squeeze up a little bit, so could we move down a bit in our chairs, please? So we've got about another 200 people outside. Kia ora tātou. Kia ora tātou. For those of you outside, there's a few more seats in the hall. Could we please get you guys to come into the whare? We are starting at 10:58. So kia ora tātou. If we can get as many people as we can into the hall, that would be great. Kia ora tātou. Yeah, bring it. Kia ora tātou, e tū, please stand. Kia ora tātou e noho. Ko toi matua te au nei rangi ko ia takere nuku ko ia takere rangi ko ia takere waka. Te tipu wako koti ko mata te rongo mata tūhua te pūwhara ki kāpū te rangi. Hoka nei te ahi tai tai te ika pura pura ko turi te a te mauri te whareru nanga he kapunga anga ki waitati. Ko ruahi ne hei tau mahi hika hika. Uhi, wero, haramai te toki. Haumi e, hui e, tai ki e. E te rangatira, te taonga o te mate, Papa Dawson. Takoto mai rā koe ki tō kura. E tika ana me haramai koe i konei. Kia whakaranga tira ai tātou i a koe. Te tōtara o te kura tamatāne o te papai oia. Kai te heke tonu te roimata, kai te heke tonu te hupe mōru. Ko ngaro koe ki te ringa kaha o aitua. Kai te ngaro mātou i konei. Me pēhera tātou e pā, me pēhera tātou. I ngā rangi ko taha ke nei, me tēnei rā hoki, ko pauhere koe i te tangata, ko pauhere koe i te iwi. Nō reira, e te puitai ore ore, te kārearea mā rangaranga, te tohunga o te ārero ki te horopa i te kupu whānau, i te kupu hāpori, i te kupu āiwi, i te kupu mā tauranga, i te kupu manaki, i te kupu katakata, i te kupu whakatoi, i te kupu aroha. Haere atu rā, haere atu rā. Haere ki te taha o tō māma, a neni pet. Kei reira ia e tatari ana mōu, e pā. Ko tau pai atu rā koe ki tua o te wharau, ngā kanohi, te uranga o te rā, ko ngaro i te rā nei. He manu hoki koa e tā ea te hoka hoka ki a manu te tā wai a kou. Te mataha o te toko tū. Te mataha o te toko tū. Nō reira waiho ake mātou i konei, te rua o taku rua, heitangi. Waiho mātou ki muri nei rā waki waki ai. Kia koutou te whānau pani. Whai Andrea, Sarah, Kimi ora, Hannah Grace, me waho. Ki te whānau Tamatea. Koro. Matua Mac, kōrua ko Whaia te Rairi. Whaia Polly, kōrua ko Matua Eri. Matua Ben, kōrua ko Whaia Elaine. Ngā ira mutu, ngā mokopuna, te whānau Donald. Te whānau no Waikato me te tai rāwhiti. Kei te tangi te ngākau, kei te tangi te ngākau. Waikato, te tai rāwhiti, taranaki. Kei te rongo mātou te haukainga i te tangi hotu mo tō tama. Ko manaaki tia e ia i ngā tamariki o rangitāne, o te manawa tū, o te papai oia. Nō reira, mā mātou o te haukainga, o te iwi o rangitāne, e manaaki tia i tō koutou tama mo ake tonu. Kei ngā mana, kei ngā tapu, nau mai, haere mai, whakatau mai, ki te kura tuarua, ki te kura tamatāne o te papai oia. Whai Andrea, Sarah, Kimi ora, Hannah Grace, waho, whānau, and Mr. Bovey. It is an honour and a privilege to open Papa Dawson's service. Over the past few days, we have heard and read numerous stories. Today's ceremony is a celebration of a life well lived and for a man dearly loved and respected by us all. So to begin, I would like to talk about the teacher, Mr. Tamatea, Papa Dawson, Tamas. I would like to share a few stories from online and talking to other old boys about our teacher. Let us begin with a few of his famous sayings. Give me strength. Help me out. Nah. Get. And do I have to do everything around here? Over the 29 years he was at Palmerston North Boys High School, Mr. Tamatea had many teaching roles. Most people would know he was a skilled sportsman and a good all-rounder who loved competition. Quite often, he would compete with his classes and individual students. One day, I was watching Mr. Tamatea with his Year 9 PE class. He had half the class playing against each other, playing touch rugby on the courts just out there. And he was playing. He was the captain, the coach, and the referee all in one. And he's running around there, and I remember watching him, and he's running around with the ball in hand, and he dummies, runs through the gap, and he's running to score a try. One of the little Year 9 boys comes up to him, touch, sir. And he keeps running, goes, no touch, scores the try. After a while, watching him there, and the class had finished, and he's walking towards me, walking back off the courts. And I saw him, I said, how did that go for you, sir? And he goes, score 5, set up 12. So he was very modest. There are often times he was, if you were lucky enough to play one-on-one sports with him, whether it be basketball or tennis, and always there was a prize for food. But not many times did any of the old boys ever beat him, or students ever beat him at those competitions, because he was very good. There was also times we'd make the boys run, especially the juniors, making them run to Ruahine Street, Russell Street, Vogel Street, if you are unfortunate enough to do that run. And he always made sure that you did it properly, because he'd follow you in his car. So you weren't allowed to cheat or take shortcuts. We also know he was a very generous man. He would often buy food for his students, not snacks, but big-sized portions of kai. Papa Dawson was a man who would teach boys life lessons. One lesson I remember in particular was when he explained to us in great detail the art of filling our plates up at the food court at downtown and how to fill them up. I mean, right up, without paying extra money. So yes, he was ahead of his time, teaching financial literacy before it was in the curriculum. Mr. Tamatea also showed great humility. When I was at school, he had 2 cars, the latest Ford XR8 and the little blue putt-putt, which was very, very small. I remember asking him which car he preferred to drive, and he said the blue putt-putt because it was cheaper on gas and he could get into anything in that car, especially drive around Boys High, go through D Block and past the canteen. Indeed, he was a practical man. One time, during a kapaga practice for Te Piringa at Freyberg High School, myself and my friend Kingy were getting a ride home with him, and at the end of practice, he gave us the keys. He had to have a hui with the other kayako. So we jump in the car, and we're sitting there, and we're thinking, oh, it's going to be a while. So we decided to take his car for a spin around the car park, thinking we had plenty of time. And we're driving around the car park, the little blue putt-putt, going around in circles, having a great time. And then we drove around laughing. Then on the side there by the hall, he's standing at the top of the stairs with a look like this. And we freaked out. The car stalled, and we jumped out. And we were so scared of him, we quickly ran out and ran down the street. We were lucky enough he picked us up. We left his car there, by the way, on the middle of the car park. He was also a great motivator. Every year, all students at Boys High School do the road race, and it's down Ongley Park and it runs through the Esplanade. And if you weren't running, all the students, if you weren't running fast enough, there were little stones down the Esplanade on the gravel part that he would throw at you to get you going. I remember after years of, obviously I never won the road race, so I was always behind, and me and my friends were always at the back. And he'd always throw stones at us, hurry up, you're at the back. So one year we decided to grab some gravel of stones, and we were going to get him this year. And we're running through, waiting for him, because he was always at a different place around the track. One year we were running and we heard this, ja, so obviously we could hear he was throwing it at someone else, so we knew he was close. So we come running around the corner and he sees us and he goes, yeah, he's getting ready to throw it. All the boys start throwing our stones at him. And he goes, you're throwing stones at me, throwing stones. And we knew we were in trouble, so we quickly sprinted past him. And he was yelling at us, you're throwing stones. Yeah. So it was a great motivator, making sure that we ran our hardest. There was also a time, and these are many stories as well that are shared from old boys. There was one time the school kapaka was having practice in this hall, and he forgot the guitar. So he just sounded out the strum of the guitar with his mouth. And he was dead serious, like it was the real thing. Every year is the famous Year 10 in Oda Bay Camp. And there's going to be plenty of stories about that later on, but I'd like to share one. In the wharekai, the boys would play table tennis, and at times Mr. Tamatea would come and play with the boys. He was a master of table tennis. However, sometimes on the rare occasion, he would lose. When he lost, he would give the batter a dirty look, like there was something wrong with the bat. One time during Super 8 kapaka competition, he put petrol into the diesel van. We've never seen him try and sweet talk someone so much like he did the petrol attendant. He even gave him the bro handshake. Things that we will remember, the little things that we'll remember about Mr. Tamatea: his moustache, his range of Nikes, his big calves, his moonwalk. In the 1980s, he had the ear pull, so I've read. Pedro, his pet rock. And his efforts trying to step like Ma Nonu with the sound effects. Yeah! I'd like to share with everyone some comments on social media about Mr. Tamatea. E tika ana waiho ma te iwi e kōrero. He was hell of a nice guy. Dawson Tamatea was a great man and an inspirational teacher. He was the man. He influenced and changed many boys' lives for the better. Thank you for being everything that you have done for my children and for instilling in them their self-belief and respect for others. Kapahaka was a very important thing for Mr. Tamatea. He had great joy watching all of his students performing. I found a piece in the 2003 Palmerstonian yearbook, which I think best typifies Papa Dawson's thoughts about his kapahaka students. This is what he wrote. To all rangatahi, whether you're in Te Piringa, Super 8 or school kapahaka, your input, efforts, commitment and performances are truly a credit and tribute to you all and your whānau. I am indeed very fortunate to have you all. May you continue to display your fine skills. May you also continue to both gain and provide enjoyment and pleasure to all who you perform to in the near future. Kia kaha, kia ora koutou katoa. In closing, I want to finish with a few quotes that express what Papa Dawson meant to us. As a teacher, Papa Dawson, to the world, you're just a teacher, but to us, your students, you are a hero. As a role model, you demonstrated that the miracle is not that we do work, but that we are happy to do it. As a coach and a mentor, you reminded us the spirit, the will to win, and the will to excel are the things that endure. These qualities are so much more important than the events that occur. As a son, brother, uncle, koro, dad, and adoring husband to Whai Andrea, you demonstrated that the love of a family is life's greatest blessing. Rest in peace, Papa Dawson. You touched our lives more than you will ever know, and your influence will live on in us all forever. Moi mai rā e te pāpā, moi mai rā e te rangatira. Ai tēnei wā, ka tuku au te rākau kōrero ki tō tātou minita mo tēnei rangi, no te hāhi rātana, no reira e te matua whitiora, tēnā koe. Kia ora tātou.
E te māngai, e nā anahira pono, te toko toro tapu. Kia tatu mai anō koutou ki wangunui ki tēnei whakamoemiti o mātou. Hei tātari ina kupu katoa e whakapoakina ana e mātou I roto I tō koutou kororitanga. Ko koutou nei hoki te tīmatanga me te whakaotinga mai o a mātou e tūmanako atu nei I roto I tō koutou kororitanga a ko te māngai ano hei tautoko mai ai nei ake ne ai. Tango te tāpai mi te rīpine tā. E te mōrihu, e whakai ana rā tātou ki te tāpai atu I o tātou he katoa, ki o tātou araki, kia tahuna atu ki te ahi, kia pungaruhu atu ne. Kanoho anō tātou I runga I te nākau rīpine tā, kia whānau hau ai I roto te wairua ne. E te māngai, e na ānehira pono, kora ringo iho nei koutou I tō mātou reo, tāpai, rīpine tā, nō reira I tika ai kia hoa atua mātou whakamoemiti ki o koutou aroaro, mā koutou manaakitanga I whiwhi nei mātou, moana rāki muri, tai noa mai ki tēnei rā, ka inui atu nei mātou, kia whakainga mai tō koutou araha noa, ki runga ki a mātou mona wā katoa, a ko te māngai ano hei tautoko mai, ai nei, ake nei, ai. A kei te timata te waita tama nākau Mārie. E tu tātou, please stand. Tama nākau Mārie tā te atu ua te tonu uma atu ua roha ina amai muroa rana Tamanako Marie. Tamanako Marie. Tamatea tu ua te metonu uma ato. Amine. Amine. Ai noho te moru I ringa te ingoa tamatoa tama wairua tapu minane pono. A ko te māngai ano e tautoko mai. Ai nei, ake nei, ai. Please be seated.
At this time, we will move on to the eulogies. Now, we've got a few speakers today, and the speakers today will be speaking about different parts of and different times of Papa Dawson's life. So our speakers today will be Te whānau Tamatea, Te whānau Kara, Donald whānau, Matua L. John Fitzgerald, Te Kupunga o Te Mātauranga, representatives from Palmerston North Boys High School, Mr. Damon Jury and Mr. David Bovey, Te Piringa, Pa Peterby Blake, and then we'll have the girls, Papa Dawson's girls, and then we'll have a photo tribute. Tēnā tātou katoa.
Ko te mihi tuatai kia rangi e tuake nei kia papa e horora. Ki te pautoko manawa ara ko tō tātou kiingi tūheitia, nā mana ki tanga katoa I rungi aia. Taino atu ki te whare o tarapipipi pai marire kia ratu. Ka tira, te mihi atu ki a koe e taku tungaiani. Ko horohia nei, tō ora, tō waiora, kei roto I te maria ko tai mai. Ānei, anō hoki tāu I tēnei wā, waiho mā te iwi e kōrero. Ko kōrohe nā kōrero mai te wā I hinga koe. Kōrohe te iwi whānui o kōrero taino ki tēnei wā. Nō reira, tiraha maira, tiraha maira. Ka tira, tāku atu kia koutou. Kia koutou, nā mana whenua rangitāne. Aha kono mātou o Waikato, te aitanga māhaki o rungo whakāta, whakapake hea. Nā koutou I poipoia, nā koutou manaki hea, ka tika kia whakahoki atu tō tātou tungane ki a koutou. Nā koutou I e manaki e tiaki, nō reira mauri ora ki o koutou rangitāne. Kia ora tātou katoa. No, it's not going to be all in Māori whānau, so... I'm Dawson's brother. And in actual fact, for a month, we're twins. Both the same age. What does that say? Yeah, he used hair dye. Anyway. Since coming back, it's been a huge privilege, actually. Going on to te kūpenga o te mātauranga, me nā mihi kauana ki a rātou. And coming here today, but also over the last 3 days, just packed people coming in. And initially I thought, are these people at the right place? And of course you all are. And it speaks of the, I term it the mana of the man. And so I want to thank you for allowing him to reach his potential and beyond. As a teacher, I want to thank the students for taking on his innovative and creative teaching styles, but have, from what I can see, what's happened online, lifelong time learning values that he's installed in each and every one of you. And so, ngā mihi nui kia koutou. I was thinking, well, what can I say about my brother? Because he's an interesting character. All you people that are here, and also, you know, over the last 3 days, you wouldn't think that Dawson had impacted on you all. When he was home with us, he was just one of the bros. Yeah. He was still cheeky. He was still sharp. He was a connoisseur of life and wine. And obviously golf is never far behind wherever he goes. Certainly when he got into golf, I didn't play golf, wouldn't know which end to hold, but at the end, yeah, for about 5 years I was pulling a trundler around with Dawson, 6 o'clock in the morning. And what we did, and our brother-in-law Eddie, he wasn't a golfer, but now he is. 6 o'clock in the morning, we'll be up, teeing off, as they say, or what, at 5:58. And then we'd make sure we were back and done our 18 holes by, well, 9:28. Why? Because then we'd make parakui for our kids. They were all small then. And also to make up brownie points with our wives. And then our job during the day was to take the kids out for, all 12 of them, out for life experiences basic around playgrounds. Just run them wild. Anyway, we've got titirangis, our maunga, one of our maungas in Gisborne, or Kaiti Hill. And so I remember fondly how us three guys, we strategized, one up the top of the hill, one in the middle, just in case someone got lost, and then one at the bottom. And we get them all lined up at the bottom, we say, go. Off they go up the hill, down the hill. The kids were having fun, but so were we, because we knew that they'll sleep well tonight. They'll sleep well tonight. And then, as Nathan has mentioned about the economic developments and expertise of our brother, would take the kids out to McDonald's. Yeah, it was just up and running then in Gizzy. Yep. 12 50-cent ice creams. Does this sound familiar? And 12 cups of water. Wow. And our kids, they were really wrapped. But after doing this for a few years, we found out that when they'd play in the playground at McDonald's, after a few years it's all good, but then, one day we saw that one of our nephews, a couple of our nephews couldn't fit down the slide. We said, change your game plan, bros. But one of the most entertaining times I remember with our kids, because was the best time we had, was the best resource we ever had, and the best time they had was our brother's a surfer. And he just so happened to have 9 surfboards. So it was amazing. We put the older 9 onto surfboards, and the younger 3 ones, they were babies, they played in the sand. And we just relaxed for the whole day, and the kids ripped. Not to mention we went back to McDonald's to feed them up again. But the bro, I thought, how about if I use his, when I say the name Dawson, I already can see people smiling and stuff. That was him. So I'm going to use his initials and his name as an anagram, or an anagram, acronym. Acronym, do we know what acronym means? Dawson didn't either, but it's where we use D, and then I give you some words, so I'll use, and then A, W, S, O, N. So D is dad. D for me was dad. He was the ultimate dad. He's got 3 beautiful daughters here. And no, boys, stay away, stay away. But they came from a beautiful wife and our beautiful moko. He was an awesome dad, not only to his own, but all our kids. He was. A is for Andrea. It was Andrea that changed his life, put him on the straight and narrow. I was actually informed that when I left home, the whānau cried. When Dawson left home, I'll leave it to your imaginations. But it's this lady here who changed him, grabbed him by the heart, and made him happen. And I have to acknowledge Andrea and the girls for allowing him to be who he is today. W, there's no other word bigger, stronger, and most often spoke than whānau. And it's not just the nuclear whānau here, it's all of you. It's the whole whānau out there. And he had interesting little whānau groups. A soup club. Oh, you must be staff members, you know what that is. He played softball for the Dodgers. Oh, 1 or 2 here. Played tennis. He actually was a gun tennis player. I don't know if you've ever heard of a guy called Kelly Everton. Yeah, well, he's a good tennis player. He got to Wimbledon. However, he was the number 1 seed at the same time as Dawson. Dawson was number 2. And Kelly would not play anyone else apart from Dawson. So he was good with a tennis racket as well. Whānau, the different groups, Maris tennis, there's basketball. Yeah, there's just too many to name. But he was very much whānau focused. The S, special man in the hearts of everyone here today. Otherwise you wouldn't be here. O, awesome. Well, he never stuck to the rules, so. Yeah, I didn't have a dictionary either. But yeah, that's O. We'll leave O alone, eh? N. I've heard this term over the few days, Navy SEALs. Navy SEALs. Palmerston North boys and the kapahaka, you know what? Navy SEALs. Navy SEALs. That means you get up at 5:15 in the morning while all the other schools get up at 6. And you get up and you swerve your way, Navy SEALs, quietly into the shower. I'll turn the tap on and turn it off, and then you're there for 10 seconds at your shower. Go. Get changed. Navy SEALs into the kitchen. Yeah, N for Navy SEALs. But N for me also is never to be forgotten. And coming into this school here, whenever I go past, or if ever I was the privilege to come into the school, obviously I'll remember Dawson. And I want to acknowledge te kupenga mo te manaakitanga. I also want to acknowledge Palmerston North Boys High School for the privilege and honour of hosting this function, our send-off to your staff member, your comrade, your colleague, and our brother, our dead son, our son and nephew. And I want to acknowledge also, particularly, everyone here that's taken time out of your busy days to pause and acknowledge the brother. Nō reira, ngā mihi nui kia koutou. I'm going to get our whānau to do a waiata. It's about maunga tautari. And so we'll do that on behalf of me. And then our Donald whānau, they have their spokesperson. And we're going to do a waiata for them too, called Ka Pine. And it was a favourite waiata of our mother as well. And so on. Each speaker will have a waiata just to tautoko and support. Nō reira te iwi, anei tāku I ki atu kia koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, kia ora tātou katoa. Maunga tautari, he maunga teite, te tiro atua, aroha kauala, e rua akuringa, pitira wai wai kato, hei piriti mai mo e tama, ki taku manei e. E rua akuringa, e maunei aho, ko tahi hei pera urunga, ko tahi hei awhi mai, ko tahi hei pera urunga, ko tahi hei awhi mai. Nō reire te tungane, moi maira, moi maira, moi maira. Koutou aku rangatira e tau mai nei, tēnā koutou katoa.
It is my privilege to say a few words on behalf of Andrea's family. I am Karen, I'm Andrea's oldest sister. It was 1979 when we first met Dawson. Our little sister Andrea was 17 and in her first year at Teachers Training College when she met Dawson. They made the intrepid journey to rural Taranaki to meet the Donald family soon after. Andrea presented to the family this quiet, shy, apprehensive lad from the East Coast. Little did Dawson know that his initial apprehension was totally unfounded, and our dad was really a big softie. It was, in fact, a meeting of kindred spirits, as Dad loved people in a similar fashion to Dawson. Mum and Dad welcomed Dawson into the family and loved and treated him as one of their own. We watched as Andrea and Dawson's love for each other blossomed, the shyness dissolved, and the true Dawson that we know and loved emerged. Andrea did not escape the same apprehension as Dawson when it came to meeting Dawson's family. Being very conscious of her peaches and cream complexion, she decided to wear fake tan. To her horror, rather than achieving a golden glow, she turned an interesting shade of orange. Surprise number 2 was when she discovered that the colour would not wash off. To our great joy, wedding bells for Dawson and Andrea rang out on the 5th of May 1984, and what a celebration we had. Our next joy was to welcome Sarah into the family, followed shortly after by Kimi and then Hannah. Although Dawson was now totally outnumbered by females, they were the light of his life. To Dawson's relief and delight, balance was restored with the arrival of the irrepressible little wahoo, Mini-Me. Dawson, your love for our little sister had no bounds, something we truly appreciate and will always treasure. Dawson, you always wore your heart on your sleeve, and your love and respect for Andrea was apparent to everyone. Each Christmas saw the Tamatea pilgrimage to Auckra Beach. Their campsite very quickly became base camp for family, friends, waifs and strays. Part of the Christmas tradition for our family was dinner at Marble's restaurant at the Devon Hotel in New Plymouth. An invitation to use the hotel facilities was always extended when making the reservation, and to the delight of the kids, this meant that they could use the swimming pool. Dawson, not one to let an opportunity pass him by, took the invitation to use the facilities to a whole new level. He would arrive with his washing basket and he would use the guest laundry. During the meal, where's Dawson? He would have slipped out to put the washing into the dryer. And at the end of the meal, popped into the laundry, gathered up his warm, dry washing, and he headed back to camp. Over the years, our two families have become very close, And we have all shared some wonderful milestones and created some unforgettable memories. To the Tamatea family, we pass on our love to you all. Our families will be forever joined. The other day, someone acknowledged Dawson with these words: Dawson loved everyone, and everyone loved Dawson. How true.
Good morning. I'm Dawson's niece, Ellie, or as Dawson calls me, Ellie May. I'd like to read a few words from my parents and older sister, who could not be here in person today, but are tuning in on Skype. Dawson, it is with utter disbelief that we hear about your passing. You would have loved having everyone gathered here together, but embarrassed that it is in your honour. You have touched so many people's lives, and we are blessed by having known you. Andrea, you picked an absolute winner, and what a special brother-in-law Dawson turned out to be. You had such a lovely manner with all of us, Dawson. From your bear hug greetings, warm hospitality, and your interest in all those around you. You were such a good listener, very matter-of-fact in your opinions, and well respected by all of us. You were such an organiser. The campsite at Owakura was set up in military style as you delegated a role for all those involved. The barbecues were a great family time and a chance to reflect on family happenings, the fishing with the nephews and golf played on those early holiday mornings. You're going to be dearly missed by all of us, and no more will we hear Ellie Marie greeted as Ellie May, your pet name for her. Rest in peace, brother, knowing that Andrea, Sarah, Kimmy and Hannah will always have a special place in our hearts and will be supported and cared for by a huge number of your number one supporters. With lots of love and thoughts, and apologies for not being with you in person, Mo, Anne and Jessie. I have a couple of stories to share with you on behalf of us girls. As we've touched on, marbles is a Donald tradition, and one that us kids always looked forward to, because of course we got to have as much ice cream as we could eat. And Dawson taught us all from a very young age how we could eat as much food as we wanted. We were instructed to eat the smallest plates that they had in the restaurant, because then it would trick ourselves into thinking that we hadn't eaten as much as we actually had. Us girls loved summer, as it meant that the Tamateas would be at Owakura Beach and would have to have so much time with the cousins. Our parents aren't too keen on swimming, but Dawson taught us how to catch the biggest waves, and we stayed in the water until we were absolutely freezing, came in for lunch and then went back out until it was dusk. That's a couple of memories that we have, and we will cherish them forever. Thank you very much.
He kororia ki te atu I runga rawa, he maunga rongo ki runga I te mato o te whenua, he whakaaro pai ki ngā tangata katoa, a tēnā koutou katoa. I was informed just the other day that I'd be invited to speak on behalf of Te Kupunga, an honour which I am very, very grateful for. Thank you. I was also informed that I would be only required to speak for 4 minutes, so I've kept each part just to 4 minutes so that we could get through it. There's a lot to be said. So I'll begin. In February 1979, a fresh-faced 18-year-old Māori boy from Gisborne and Waikato arrived in Palmerston North to begin a new life as a teacher trainee at Palmerston North Teachers College. Full of life and enthusiasm, and with a host of sporting accomplishments, including playing alongside, as Max alluded to already, New Zealand tennis champion Kelly Evenden, and in top-level swimming, squash and basketball teams in the Poverty Bay, Dawson Tamatea hit town, and on day one was showered, changed and ready to go. His mission was to conquer the 3 years of teacher training and then take on the world of primary school education. Like Parikura Cricket Brown, his Ngai Tā Manuhiri relation from the East Coast, who had entered college the year before, Dawson was big, strong, brown, and thought that he knew everything. He was determined to win every game and every competition he entered, including college itself. It was game time and he was ready to rumble. I would love to report that 3 years later, all Dawson had hoped for at the start of college came to fruition. Certainly he was studious, punctual, and his attendance record for all classes was the full 100%, just like that of his close classmates. Something suspiciously odd and unique to those few students. There had been rumours of students signing in for their classmates during roll call, but I can assure you Dawson had no part in that. However, in those early days of college life, the stark reality for Dawson soon became clear. Although the practical courses looked easily achievable, he realised that he would be sorely tested by some of the theory and technical courses. Now, for those of us who knew Dawson well, it was glaringly obvious that Dawson was a methodical person, well managed and orderly. Everything had its place on the shelf, or in the cupboard, or even in the fridge. Order, timeliness, and attention to detail was Dawson's mantra for success. He had a system for everything, and it had paid off so far. He just needed to work out the system that would work at Teachers College. In order to succeed at college, he needed a strategy. He concluded that a network of knowledgeable friends and classmates who could help him with the theory and technical courses was the way to success. Unfortunately, that's where things went horribly wrong for Dawson. Nick Beamsley, Randall Ray, Howard and Jeremy, and even his relation Cricket Brown, who already had a year of study under his belt, were no help at all. And they too were academically challenged in those courses and were also looking for a network of smart classmates to help them through. Luckily, there was Debbie Marshall and Anna Edwards, who helped where they could. But their wise counsel and advice to Dawson and the others to work hard, do the readings, take the notes at lectures was difficult to swallow at first. But For the benefit of those Palmerston North Boys High School students and others listening to me at the moment, that's exactly what Dawson did, and his hard work to achieve success should be a model for you all. Dawson graduated after 3 years at Teachers College with a teaching diploma and later went on to complete a Bachelor of Education and a Master's degree at Massey University. But a brief reflection of Dawson's years at Palmerston North Teachers College would be incomplete if I did not make reference to the John Tamatea supervised Māori Studies field trips and the building of Te Kupunga o Te Mātauranga Marae. The first year field trip up north to Te Kao and Ahipara and back down through Rotorua, complete with a visit to Whakarewarewa Thermal Village, cemented lifelong relationships amongst the year group. Although Dawson had met Andrea Donald during class time, it was while on the trip north that they became closer and the seeds of love were first sown. Dawson was smitten, and the added bonus was that Andrea excelled at the technical and theory courses. On the sporting side, Dawson was playing top-level basketball for Palmerston North Teachers College under the coaching of Howard Wills, and the summer seasons were spent playing top-level tennis for Marist. As for the student social life, I'll leave that to your imagination, of Dawson participating, often vigorously, at student social gatherings. In Dawson's second year, there was a huge focus on the construction of the new marae complex, Te Kupunga o Te Mātauranga at the Hokowhitu campus. Art lecturers Cliff Whiting and Frank Davis, along with Māori Studies lecturers John Tapiara and Piri Shiashia, were driving the project, and Dawson, along with others from his year group, like Gordon Pepere, Debbie, Randall, and Andrea, and Anna, was committed to helping wherever help was needed, carving the marae, painting the kōwhaiwhai patterns, erecting the carvings, and gathering the resources for the opening day. Teacher training at Palmerston North Teachers College was breaking new ground in tertiary education with the building of New Zealand's first marae on a tertiary institution campus. Over the past 34 years, since Dawson and others opened Te Kupunga o Te Mātauranga, it has served as an education centre on Māori matters for thousands of tertiary, secondary and primary students and learners. Dawson's contribution to the carvings, kōwhaiwhai patterns and marae are a legacy enjoyed by learners today and hopefully for many years to come. Over the past few days, it has been a fitting tribute to Dawson that Te Kupunga has served as a final resting place for his tangi. This morning he farewelled the marae and the Hokowhitu campus for the last time. 36 years ago, he came to Palmerston North with a passion to teach and educate young people. 36 years on, and that passion was still alive, very much alive, until he was taken from us on Monday morning. His long teaching career at Palmerston North Boys High obviously fueled that passion, and I'll leave it to Damon to share some insights about his time here. In closing, Andrea, Sarah, Kimiora, Hana, be strong as you know he would want you to be. Girls, you are the next edition of your father. Live with all the good things he was in life and be the best version of yourself that you can be. You know he'll be watching and will be with you always. Kia kaha rā koutou. To Dawson e te tino hoa, haere, haere, and in your own words, get. We'll catch you on the other side. Kia ora. I'd like to invite Te Kupunga o te mātaura on stage, just as around.
Ina iwi, tēnā koutou katoa. Welcome to Palmerston North Boys High School on this very sad occasion, but after what Max said, I'd like to actually thank Andrea and the family for allowing us the privilege of holding this service here at school. And it seems that in line with Dawson's very immaculate timings, hence the 10:58 start, it's a privilege that I was given 4 minutes 23 to speak to you this morning as opposed to 4 minutes. The other night, Max said to Damon Jury, who'll be speaking after me, does your rector like to talk? He said, yeah, he talks, and he went, oh, well, I suppose we'd better let him speak anyway. So thankfully here I am. If I do go over 4 minutes 23, I suspect we might hear it'll give me strength from somewhere. Today it's my job to talk a little bit about what Dawson did in his time here with us at Boys High. He was an incredibly proud member of staff here at Boys High, and it was humbling to see the other night the school crest he received for 25 years service with him. Dawson joined the staff in 1986 from Monterey Intermediate, and in his 29 years and 2 terms on the staff has been involved in a huge range of areas, as you might expect. First appointed as a teacher of Te Reo Māori and social studies, Dawson went on to teach maths and PE, and during his time here has been head of Te Reo Māori, Dean of Māori Student Achievement, and latterly Gateway Coordinator, which is a role that suited him down to the ground, helping our young men find a pathway into life outside of school. Outside the classroom, he's been involved in a huge range of things as well, coaching rugby, softball, tennis, including the senior A tennis team for a number of years, touch rugby, basketball and volleyball. For many years, and we've heard a wee bit about that already this morning, but we'll hear some more shortly, he ran the famous Anota Bay camp, a camp that he strangely would keep Grant Miller, who was the overseer of camps, at arm's length whenever Grant would go looking for a run sheet of what was happening. I think it fairly much for Dawson started with him packing his gout medication, because over the ensuing weeks, the seafood came thick and fast. Along with the camp, of course, he's been heavily involved with the school's own Kapahaka group, and in recent years with the combined Te Perenga group. A fine sportsman himself, he played tennis for local club Marist for a number of years and senior softball, ironically in a team named the Dodgers. And I'll get to that shortly. And we all know his passion for golf, and for those who have played with him, they've seen his competitive nature emerge from his usual cheerful self on the course. Those have also had the fortune, or perhaps misfortune, of playing cards with him on one of his famous card nights will also know about his competitive urge, and it was interesting to note that his competitive nature was often commensurate with how much money was riding on a particular hand or shot. But in describing Dawson's contribution to Boys High, it's not about a list of roles Dawson has had, or even his huge range of involvement. It's about people, and it's about the impact he's had on people, and it's about the way he treated people. And we can see the result of that today with all of you here. We can see it from the countless messages the school has received this week from all over the world and via Facebook. Now, I don't begin to understand how Facebook works, but the news has reached, as of this morning, close to 170,000 people around the world, which I think you'll agree is quite simply staggering. Now, Dawson had worked with 4 rectors in his time here, first hired by Eric White in 1986, and when you consider that in the school's history going back to 1902, we've only had 9 rectors in total, you'll appreciate the significance of Dawson's time with us here. I mentioned earlier Dawson's approach with time. When I first joined the staff in 1998, my first dealing with Dawson was a trip that had been organised for staff to attend a Hurricanes game down Wellington. A few of us new staff were invited, but I say invited, it was more like told. He had seats to fill on the bus. Then I received the itinerary. 3:47, departure from Wellesbourne Street. 3:59, Cook Street Fish and Chips for our fish and half a scoop. 4:28, stop in Shannon for a leak, numbers dependent. With a separate note mentioning that while we were there, the clock would be running. And so it went, as precise as a military operation. The final note on the schedule left no one in any doubt. The bus is leaving at 3:47. If you're not there, We've got your $40, so hard luck. And that last bit was written in capital letters, and for any of us in here today who've received emails from Dawson will know that we were never left in any doubt about which parts of his emails were the important parts, because they screamed at you in capital letters with about 1 million exclamation marks next to them. And that was interesting because, much like the Donald family when they first met Dawson, he could also, here at school, be quiet and restrained on very rare occasions. Last year I had reason to call him to my office. When the request came through, Damon decided to stir. And he said, I think you're going to get shafted. And Dawson says, oh no, I'm not taking a bloody English class, am I? Because he, as a primary school teacher, often can teach so many different subjects. So I had to call Dawson in and give him the bad news that we'd no longer require him to teach a maths class next year. Instead it would be fully gateway and PE. Something that he'd been hankering after for a long time. But he rose quietly from his chair, shook my hand, said that he appreciated that these tough decisions had to be made. Thanked me for my time and left. No sooner had he got out the door, I heard this yes. He went straight over to see Damon, whooped with delight, took his tie off, put his PE shirt on. Problem was there was still 2 months left to go in the year. And this was unusual as Dawson's timing was normally impeccable. I noted on his performance management forms in 2006, he waxed lyrical about how much he loved the school and how much he loved the job the rector at the time was doing. And he finished by saying, I believe our school is exceptional. That letter was dated the 7th of December. Interestingly enough, on the 8th of December, a letter came through to the rector applying for another management unit and a pay rise. As we know, he could be the sweetest of talkers. Now, I mentioned earlier that Dawson started here in 1986, and in 1986 I was studying for school certificate. And I don't point that out to compare our ages, but I only mention that because in recent years Dawson was prone to remark about how grey I'd become. And yet somehow, remarkably, Dawson had managed to retain a completely natural head of hair. Well, at least I thought it was natural until about 20 minutes ago when Mac told us otherwise. Because he would forever deny that any product whatsoever had gone anywhere near his head. On one occasion, though, I did have reason to be suspicious. When there was a small patch that had a bluish and purple tinge to it. I think he was getting ready for somebody's wedding and he'd obviously freshly manicured his hair. And something had happened and then been in reaction and there was this lovely little piece of purple. And before about the second or third word got out of my mouth, he stopped me there. And all he said was that he'd been out in the sun too much and had too much kinner. So we thought best to leave it at that. I suspect I'm getting close to 4 minutes 23, and so today we're farewelling a man who's done so much for the school and for everyone, every single one of us here, and means so much to us all. On his 1992 appraisal form, the then head of PE, Mr. John Ridge, wrote, Mr. Tamatea is buoyant, cheerful, and possesses a sense of humour. And what a wonderful word to describe him, buoyant, when we think about what that word means. And that sums up to me why we all loved him, why we're all here. He was such a huge part of the staff room, a huge part of the school, a huge part of our community. His positivity, his infectious laugh, and his genuine empathy, not only for the boys that he taught, but also for his colleagues. He will be greatly missed by every single one of us. Now, I'll finish today by quoting the great man himself. No doubt Natana will invite you all over to College House following the service in here for a cup of tea and hopefully some of the bacon and egg pie that Dawson was very fond of. And so I will finish by quoting the man himself. Upon being asked, it would be rude not to. And rude we are not. Thank you very much.
Kia ora koutou katoa. It is indeed a privilege, and I met with Kimmy and Sarah a couple of mornings ago, and we were just trying to get a few little things organised here, and Kimmy and Sarah looked at me, and Hannah joined us about then and said, we'd like someone from Boys High to speak. And I said, yes, our rector would be most appropriate. And she said, oh, yep, good. And we'd like you to speak. And I sat there, and normally I would dive for cover about then. And I said, oh, I'd be honoured. And she turned the page, good, we've already got your name down. You take very much after your father already. As been alluded to, I'm one of the teachers here at Palmerston North Boys High School, and it's really nice to see a lot of our staff up there and a number of staff who have flown back from Australia, from the South Island and North Island, and I know there are some watching around the world, and as Nathan said, there's been many messages on Facebook, and last night at a ridiculous hour I was reading through some of them, and you need to go and do that because they are very funny. And many of boys have spoken about that, but the exclamation marks, the capital letters, and this bugger here will be loving this. And about now he'd be going, cut it out you. But there was him. We'd always hear, give me strength. And I think this week we need give us strength. And so our mate here, he had a knack of getting in the school magazine. I used to start the athletics races. And then when I took over PE from Nick, who's up there, I see Dawson took over as starter. And every year, one of these photos appears. You can see that I dressed him in a fluorescent shirt last year because we said we couldn't see him when he was at the 200 metre mark. We could hear him, but the timekeeper said they couldn't see the smoke. I was trying to get a flashing light for the top of that cap, but about now he'll be going, waiting. And at 10:53 this morning when he was out there, we were waiting for you to come in, that's all I could hear was, waiting, going to be long. I met this man before I came to Palmerston North Boys High School. I'd heard of Dawson, but he came from Gisborne Boys. I was from Tamatea College. I followed him to Teachers College many years after. He had gone on to Monred. My first teaching job was at Monred. We both met in Andrea. And then he went to Palmerston North Boys High School, and in 1997, 11 years after he started, Dave Sims, who I think is here today, employed me as a social studies and PE teacher. And then, like Dave was saying, when you're a primary trained teacher, can you teach a maths class? In those days it was third form, fourth form. I said, oh yeah, I could probably do a third form. I got a fourth form. Then he asked if I could do a Māori class. I said, oh, not really, but I probably could do a third form. I got a fourth form. And then a year later I picked up this young fella in a third form who'd come straight from Te Kura Kaupapa Māori Manawatu 2. So him and Kingy were teaching the class, but a few years later, he was year 13 or 7 form, and in the class that year there were 5th, 6th and 7th form was all in the same class, and I got Dawson's relief. The person at the time doing relief probably thought, oh, it's appropriate, put a Māori teacher in the Māori class. That was the worst idea ever. I turned up and I went to write the relief on the board because with 3 year groups, so I sat there and said, okay boys, get your books out. 5th form, page 6th form, this one pipes up. Bah, year 11s, 5th formers, page 63 to 83. Year 12s, or the 6th formers, page 94 to 110 of Te Reo Rangatira. I can't actually remember what you said for your lot. I think it was practice our speeches. And I said, oh, kapai, Mr. Tamatea has been over the relief with you. No, it's been our relief all year. We know it off by heart. And it's the first time that Dawson came back the next day. And normally you'd get told, oh, your boys worked really well. I walked in the next, well, I didn't. He walked into their class the next day. We'd spent the period sort of talking about the true man. And these guys gave him absolute hell the next day. But over the last 18 years that I've been here, and he was a man about figures and times and stuff, he has been involved in a lot. And, you know, a lot of you know him as Dawson. Boys know him as Sir. He loved that. Mr. Tamatea. Tama's brother. And for us, all of us here, we've all got different names, and I think they all apply to how you know him. But he's a man that could... I'll show you that one because that's a present staff member with him. And when Dawson was, you know, you can't carry your own gun and still when you earmuffs, so you employ someone on the day. And these two started a little bit of a bond. But he's the organiser, and I think for us, this week's been tough for all of us. But come next week, its staff room's empty. And that will be the tough bit. But he is the organiser, he's the master of ceremony. He can get money out of everything. And we'd have a staff do, and you would put in $20. And then when the drinks were flowing, you know, and he was getting his lemonades and whatever, and the funds would get a bit low, I'd throw him $20, and he'd disappear. And half an hour later, he'd come back. Sorry, bro, just 180. He'd been to the pokies, or he'd been to the TAB. So one night at the end of a term, and Mike O'Connor sort of gave us the heads up on what sort of drinks we should drink and that, and we all put our money into a middle part there, and it was getting towards about 9 o'clock, and we'd been there since 12:03, and we couldn't run out of money. So I started giving him more money, trying to get rid of the money. That night he made about 400. I think in the end we got kicked out of the RSA. Because I think Leif Hansen, who's up there, was packing down a scrum or something like that, but for another time. But yes, times was immaculate, and Dave alluded to it with our trips to Wellington. And Kimmy and Sarah and I were sitting down yesterday morning, and they shared with me a family trip schedule. And this was what it was like for us, because, you know, most people, you go up to school teachers, we get the odd holiday, well earned and, you know, needed. But most teachers you go up to in the staff room and you sort of talk about the holidays, and you say, what are you up to for the holidays? And most people say, oh, you know, be home the first week, might try and get away the next week. You talk to Dawson, you needed a bloody holiday afterwards. Saturday morning at 10, Whānau and I will be going to Gisborne. We'll return on Wednesday. That'll be the only night we'll be able to have dinner with such and such family. Thursday morning we're heading up to Taranaki. We'll be there until the Saturday. Saturday night we'll be travelling back via such and such. I was just trying to jack up a day where we could maybe have a game of golf or something like that. Friday 4. And that's what their family holiday was like. Sarah and Kimmy pulled out a schedule, day by day, where they'd be, and he'd made a mistake. He allowed 5 hours for one of their driving parts. And upon arriving at the ferry terminal, I think it was your South Island trip, no? He found out that the drive was only going to take 3 hours. He was buggered. It had mucked up his whole schedule and written on his piece of paper, now 3 hours. Give me strength. He did allow the girls some toilet breaks. And a very interesting reading. But there was our man. Great organiser, great man to have on the staff. And I think one of the things that makes a good teacher is someone who's passionate. Not someone who always can present the best lesson, or these days we've got to have it written up in triplicate and then email it off in 5 different ways. But how you present it. And if you watch Dawson teach with year 9s, they don't get the time of day, but they love him to bits. At the start of the year, primary school kids these days, they get taught to ask questions. So on day 1, excuse me, sir. Get. But by year 13, they love him. And a lot of it is to do with our camp and the sort of man he is, but he teaches them about respect. He teaches them, it does it with a bit of humour. And I think with staff, it's a really interesting one because he makes everybody so welcome and feel good. The other night when we took Dawson down to Te Kupinga, seeing our staff down there was awesome. And a couple of young staff that just started a term ago, makes them feel welcome. And he does it in a way that Dawson could. If you and I did it, they'd look at us and think, who the hell is this? But come over here, girl. Have a seat. Go and get yourself a cup of coffee. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, I have it white with 1 milk before the water. On Monday when, I think it was about 12:58, my phone was on silent, and I looked at it and, Dawson's ringing me. And it was Kimmy, and we'll probably know what happened then. But later on that morning, I rang Dave, and I also rang Tim O'Connor from Auckland. I rang Tim to tell him, but I also asked him because a young lady that had been here last year and this year had gone to work at Auckland Grammar, and it was her first day. And I just contacted her the day before to say, good luck at your new job. Something about being a Jaffa probably, and something like that. So I rang Tim and I said, look, do me a favour, you got this new girl starting up there, and she used to give Dawson hell. And Dawson loved it. And he said, geez, you must have got on with her pretty well. I said, yeah, can you do me a favour? I don't really want to ring and tell her, but she's going to arrive at your school. And I was talking to Tim earlier this morning, and he goes, oh, she must have loved him pretty good, because the first Friday and she's not at work. She's down here. So good to see you, Stacey. But another young teacher, last day of term, Dawson was very good at getting us to do jobs. And at the start of this year, I got an email saying that I was on the social committee. I said, no, I'm not. He said, yeah, you are. And so at the end of the first term, we had a social function, and there were 7 jobs, and there were 7 teachers' names next to them, and his wasn't one of them. So I got this email, and I was coming back from a camp, and we had one day before the end of the term, and there was all these jobs, and I emailed him back, and I said, where's your name on this? Who sent the email? Give me strength. Do I have to do everything round here? But I'll read you this, and he said this to one of our new staff members, and this is Dawson to a T. He goes, you know what I like about you? I can give you as much crap, and you'll give it straight back to me. And I like this part. You know what I've learnt in life? If you can't take the piss out of each other and have a laugh, then you're not living life the right way. And that was him to a T. Don't take the job too seriously, and we can all have a bit of fun. He had many brothers. Every morning, him and I would arrive, particularly this time of the year, it's dark, and he opens up a part of the school over there for the ground staff, and I'm over this side of the school, and he'd see me, and all that you hear is, morning, brother. And everywhere you went, brother. And all his texts either had GMS on them or need something else. But he had many brothers, and like Max said, the Soup Club, the GBC Club, I loved how he used to select that as the Good Buggers Club. And he decided that, we needed a reason to go and have a drink. And so first Friday of every month we'd go and do that. And one day the teacher said, how do you get in that group? He goes, oh, it's people that are good people and people that we like. And then they had to ask the next question, how come I haven't got the email? Give me strength. But he had his golfing buddies, And we see his golf clubs here, and while the trundler's not cleaned, those golf clubs got cleaned after every round. And when you play 5 or 6 rounds a week, that's a lot of cleaning. But I had a look in his bag the other day, and I played golf with him a few years ago, and then with different things, probably missed a 6:38 pickup or something like that. I might have been 30 seconds late. And so I haven't played for about 3 years. But I actually met, when I got the job here, I met Dawson a number of times, but I'd been given a job and I was working at Monterey, and at the end of the year, Henare Green from Te Kupinga organised the teachers' golf tournament. And I went to the golf tournament, and I had an honest 54 Stableford points. And I got second. But as I was going up to get a few prizes, because if you don't know golf, 54 Stableford points is not bad. But all as I could hear was, "Begler, Begler." And then when I won the Christmas raffle, I went back to my seat, and there was someone burgling my prizes from on my table. And we've been great mates ever since. I spent last Christmas up at Oakura with Andrew and his family, and the Donald family, and he's been pestering me for about 5 years. "You've got to come up, you've got to come up, you've got to come up." And I'm glad I did last year, because it is a beautiful place. And he had many interests. He had some golf, and some of his brothers. There was another night where Stu, the guy in the middle, or GF, Godfather, said to Dawson, "We need someone at the old boys function to be barman." "We got it, bro." So I get this email, "Oh, you're a barman at the old boys function." And one thing Dawson was very passionate about, he was passionate about his time at Gisborne, but end of this year will be 30 years here. And one of the things he often talked about was, you do 5 years at a school, but you serve as a teacher often longer. And he was very staunch in his beliefs about this school. And so much so that our school motto, "Nihil bone sine labore," nothing achieved without hard work. And I used to love it when he'd hear his boys in class, "Boys, nothing achieved without hard work. In some of your cases, nothing achieved." Maybe I wasn't looking at you then, Nathan. But he got into many things, and a bit like the timing thing, he's sort of one of those compulsive, OCD type fellas that when you get into something, he'd never been to a horse race. And so he took him to the races, and I see the Barwick family up there, and you guys have got a lot to be responsible for, because Dawson being Dawson, "What time are we going?" "Well, the first race doesn't go to 11:10. Pick me up at 9 o'clock. We're just going to Awapuni." No, what do I need to bring? What do I need to do? So he came along the first time, stood there very awkward. Second week we went to a horse meet, and Andrew actually dropped us off. So he picked me up. I was living down the road from him. Picked me up, and he turned up. We had the man bag. And in it was a pencil case, and in that, 5 coloured highlighters, a race book that looked like a rainbow. He had a folder for his live tickets, a folder for his winning tickets, bags of money for his collections. And when you put 20 bets on a race and there's only 18 horses, then you go, "Got that one, bro." We had to start teaching him a little bit about, if you back every horse, you're not actually making money. But he would. He always seemed to come home with a lot of money. Golf was another one. A message for Waho. In that golf bag is about 3 big bags of lollies. And in there is a bag of money. And he used to play, they play for money every Saturday, Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday. And in there is a bag of money, and I think it's appropriate that money goes to Waho. If you dig deeply, Waho, you'll probably find quite a bit. Last Saturday, he played in the morning and lost. And we had my brother's 50th that night, and he was saying to my brother Ty, who was one of his golfing buddies, "Playing golf in the morning, Ty?" Nah. "I'm going to play." Wasn't scheduled to play. Played and won $9 back. It's probably appropriate that you did that. So another thing's, talking about golf, he was playing one day, and right in front of Ty's house is the 13th hole. You tee off across a ditch, and it's a bit of a deceiving hole, length, trees, a ditch. And Dawson hates it. It's right in front of Ty's place, and Ty and him used to give each other hell. And so he hid into the ditch, and he thought, been raining, but this time of the year. And Lance said to him, don't go and get your ball, Dawson. It's only a ball. No, I can see it. No, just take a drop. You'll be right. Your third shot will be good. No, I've got to get it. Hopefully you can read this. You can't watch it once. He vowed that we'd never show this video. Yes, I've gone over my timer limit. Too bad. But he told Lance to delete that video. That was about 6 years ago, I think, Lance. And every now and then, particularly if he's having a good round, Lance pulls his phone out. Because Lance has said to him, don't go down there. And he said, no, I will. So Lance goes, wait, I'll get my phone out. About now, all I can hear is, Tana, you. But as our rector said in finishing, I'd like to talk about Anota Bay. It's a big part of Dawson's life here at school. 22 years going to a camp. When you've done 20 years service at this camp, the school, you get your name on an honours board in the staff room and you get a plaque, and then when you've done 25 years, they give a plaque on it, 30 years, etc. And a couple of years ago, I think it's 22 years ago now, we give out a couple of prizes at camp at the end of it, and at the end of it, I stood up and I said, 20 years service at a camp is pretty exceptional. And the organisation, to the nth degree, he has already got booking stuff in, he's already done this, but I guess with Anota Bay, one of the key things is it's his younger brother Ben's wife's marae. I think when he put it across to Dave, it's got the name of the wharenui is Tamatea. Because it's got the name Tamatea in it, he convinced the staff, because you weren't allowed to travel out of the central North Island for our camps, but he convinced the principal at the time, the rector at the time, that Tamatea marae, appropriate that we go there. And we'd head up there, and every year, there's a little bit of seafood and stuff to be had, and a few gout pills for Dawson. But he would always get asked by staff, are you going to bring me a crayfish? And then Dawson would say a number of things. One of them would be like, yes, Monday morning when I sit down to eat my first one, I'll think of you. And then someone else would ask him, and he said, if you're really lucky, I'll bring you a photo. There were some other things that he said, but not the time and place. But not many people get to go there, and this year would be my 19th year up there with him, and I think the key thing with our camp there is him. From the moment you wake up at 4:54 to the moment you go to bed, and as we sort of talked about it last year, we've got a number of staff that have been there 15 years, 10 years. I think our youngest serving member is 8 years last year. We get older, and the year 10 boys stay the same age every year. But we have some traditions. First 2 mornings, 4:45, get the boys up, sun coming up on the east coast, and we go for a run. I would phrase that, they go for a run. He would be getting coyote, but I probably thought in finishing it's appropriate that I show you what our camp was. There are some parts in there with Dawson that are quite relevant, and if you listen carefully when he's in the red van, you'll hear him. That's a rare photo. That's him actually supervising the boys.
Going down over there.
as promised. Here's your picture. Health and safety approved. Dawson had his speedos on. Later, Bert. Kei te tītoko o te rangi, anō hoi whatū arehi te iwi. Tira ha mai, e te rangatira moi mai. Kia koe te pauaru, anea whatu mano e hotu hotu nei, i tō tāua hotu hotu. Anea māramatanga ki tēnei pā mau mai, kei te tuihine, i roti tēnei hai hai o mate, ko tāua tāu. Ki o kōru uri, nei e tangi atu ana, nei aro hatu ana. Kei ngā kāwai heke, kei ngā kau heke, kei aku nui, kei aku rahi, tēnā koutāu, tēnā koutou katoa. If I had known the order of speeches, I wouldn't have to have written anything. I would have just had to turn up and acknowledge everything that's been said is true. But because I have done, and knowing Dawson's perception and organisation, I better get through my kōrero as I've prepared it. Ladies and gentlemen, and to all of us who are here today, this is a day of celebration, a day when we can celebrate the life of an exceptional man, an honourable Māori man, a devoted husband, a loving father, a caring koro, a true friend, and a trusted colleague. Today we celebrate the life of Dawson Tahana, Tamatea. Yes, the man. Dawson had lots of names. Bro, the Bro Dawes was my wife's favourite name for Dawson. How's the Bro Dawes? But he was a dedicated, committed. He was selective, sharp, perceptive. He was astute. He was driven. And Dawson was a winner. In the last 3 days, to me, I've witnessed a funeral fitting of any dignitary.
When I look across the sea of faces here, Dawson should have run for mayor. Because he would have won. And he would have done an awesome job. In the last 3 days at the funeral, our whare at Te Kupenga has been full. Our dining room and our kitchens busy, crazy. And people coming back to Palmerston North from overseas, from all around our country, to share their love for Dawson, Andrea and Nafano. Over the past 3 days we've heard, and we've been sitting in here, you'd think we'd come to a comedian show. We've been laughing more than we're crying, and that's how Dawson would like it. That's how Dawson would like it. I've been listening to all the stories about Dawson over the last 3 days, 3 nights, and Dawson's many abilities, his attributes, his passions. And one of his passions that I was fortunate enough to be connected with and work with Dawson upon was Te Piringa. Te Piringa, I can still see now on Dawson's face when he saw his baby daughter up on the stage performing. I knew that he was so proud of his girl, who finally made it into Te Piringa. And it was almost like he'd made sure that Te Piringa was going to keep on going until his girl made it in. He was a proud father that day, and when I saw it on his face, I knew. Dawson had the ability to do exactly what he's done today and has been doing for the last 3 days. And that's pull people from all communities to one place. And today, it's an honour for me to be here to stand, because I didn't really want to. I knew what was coming. And it was easier for me to sit over there or sit somewhere else and let someone else do this job. But really, there is nobody else. It is me to stand before his friends and his family, his communities, all of us together, and to celebrate Dawson and the work that he did for our Māori community. Our Māori community, we're fortunate to have Dawson, because at the beginning, when I first knew Dawson, I never saw him active or proactive in things within our rohe, within our secondary school kaupapa. But back in the late 1990s, there were 3 head of departments in 3 big schools in our city. There was obviously Pa Dawson here, Palmerston North Boys High School, Whaia Tifa, my wife at Palmerston North Girls High School, and myself, fortunately, at Freiburg High School. We knew and we heard that there was going to be a secondary schools kapahaka national competition run for the first time ever in New Zealand. And to us, that was a big thing. So my wife, if you knew her and the way she was, because she was in at Girls High, she was connected to Boys High, and that's all there was to it. So every time Girls High had to go somewhere to perform, so would Dawson, because Dawson had no choice. My wife would ring him up, get Dawson on the kaupapa, come on bro, we're on the kaupapa, and away they'd go. In those days, and certainly today, those are the 3 biggest schools in our city. But I guess back in those days, kapahaka wasn't the in thing amongst our rangatei. And while we'd had big schools and big numbers, the numbers who we could get to come into kapahaka were small. Weren't enough to put on a national stage, and certainly weren't enough to put on a regional stage. So I'd like to say it was me who came up with the idea, and because I'm the only one left, I suppose I could. It's not something I'm too proud of, being the only one left. But out of the 3 of us, I am. And never thought it would be that way. But life is what it is. And Dawson knew that, so Dawson came on board. So the 3 of us We sat down in 1998 and started talking about let's get our 3 schools together. Okay, I said I've got the girls' uniforms. So I had all the girls' uniforms and had them all done up and they were all ready. And for those of the Piringa back in that day, you would know you had, I think, the strap on this side, no shoulder on this side, and that's how we started. Dawson had the flash guitars, so we went with the guitars from Boys High. Whaiatifa had a few pew-pews and Dawson had a few pew-pews. And that's how it started. We didn't have much at all, really. But we started together knowing that the 3 of us could do something and put something together. And give our rangatahi in our schools, our Māori rangatahi, the opportunity to stand on stage. We didn't think much, that would be much as a group and as a Te Piringa. And in 2000, when we went to Auckland for the first secondary schools national competition, competitive competition, I think we came 29th or 27th, I can't remember now. But in 8 years, in 2008, Te Piringa was first place. The top kapahaka group in the country. And that's not an easy thing to do. From 2006, when Te Piringa came 3rd, and then the following competition 2 years later, Te Piringa came 1st. I happened to be, actually 2006 when they came 3rd, it was almost like they came first. They just went nuts. In our region that year, if I remember correctly, Hatopaura came first in the haka. And as I was listening, I happened to be on stage, and at that time I'd left Palmerston North, my wife and I, and we'd moved up back home to Ruatoki. And we had our group there, of course, Ruatoki, steep and deep, and tikanga Māori te reo. We were there. And we came 2nd. Behind us was Te Piringa, who came 3rd. That was an awesome day for me, because I had a school that came 2nd and 3rd. 2 years later, 2008, I think Te Piringa just about took everything out on the day. And I was up there with my school. Inside, I was just bursting, but, trying to maintain my cool and being quiet. And my wife was yelling and screaming and being, yes, yes, every time Te Piringa's name was called out for an item and for winning a category. And some of our whānau back home in Ruatoki can only handle that for so long. Half of them got up and walked out. And that's all right, because my wife was so happy. And so was I. We always knew that having Dawson on our side and in our team, we had a winning combination. Everything that was said about Dawson, his organisation, is true. Everything. Dawson had it sorted. And I know after the years that my wife and I left the region and went back home, Dawson took over. And I remember back home up in Ruatoki, I'd only been there for a month and we were emailing each other. And I remember emailing this message to him. Brother, the whānau back home trust you. Do the awesome job that you can do. Well, 2006 3rd place, 2008 1st place, 2010 3rd place, and 2012 2nd place. I don't think any other kapahaka rōpū in the country has ever done that. And I'm not up here to whakanui Te Piringa. I'm up here to whakanui Dawson, to celebrate Dawson, to thank Dawson for his input. We managed to do something that I don't think of any other school, certainly none of this in our region had done. Bring 3 communities and 3 schools together, merge them as one, and be successful. And obviously Dawson and his team were successful. It's sad that I have to say goodbye to my bro, to my mate, to my colleague. And it's sad the way things have happened and turned out for Dawson, for his family, for Andrea and the girls, and his moko. But such is life. So, Dawson, Bro, thank you very much. And I want to take the opportunity on behalf of my wife and Dawson and myself to thank you all for supporting Te Piringa and for supporting all the kapahaka and kaupapa Māori that happens in our city and in our town. We know the struggles that exist in secondary education and education right across the field, that our Māori students and our Pacifica students need the extra support, need the extra mahi, and need people like Dawson in places where not everyone can fit. I certainly couldn't have handled it being here, but Dawson being the man, this was his environment. He loved his kura. He loved Boys High. I'd seen it, I'd heard it. He was so proud of his kura. And I remember we brought the boys and the girls here from Te Piringa and we performed on this very stage. It was a wonderful day for all of us, and certainly a proud day for Dawson. To bring his kapahaka group in front of his boys and his staff and perform. It certainly was a wonderful day for us all. So, I'm not going to take too long, I'm just about done. Because it's all been said. Dawson accomplished much in his life, that's for sure. And all of it's just over here on my right side. Including his legacy, which will always be there, which will be Te Piringa. No one can change that, no one can take that away. Te Piringa whānau will always be grateful for the commitment and the dedication and the love. That was given by Dawson to each and every one of us over the last 16 years. And I know, without a doubt, that Te Piringa will never be the same without Papa Dawson. I'm honoured to have been a part of Dawson's life, and Andrea and the girls, and a part of my family's life. When we found out Pa passed away on Monday, I went over to the home just around the corner from where Dawson and Andrea and whānau stay. And my sons and my daughters were talking and they were saying, geez, Pa Dawson's been in my life for more than half of my life. I've known Papa Dawson. Yep, we loved Papa Dawson. Loved everything that he was. And thank him for all those things that he gave to us and left for us. So I wanted to think and say, so what is the message for us today then? What is something that we can take out of this, all of us together? And I think if there's one thing that we can say, certainly one of many, one thing is to say this: enjoy what you have while you have it, because in time it will be gone. I know that from personal experience, and now we can all, and are all experiencing that same, having that same experience. I wanted to finish with a small poem that I found and I thought would be good for me personally, but wanted to share it with all of us. And it's written by Elizabeth Fry, and it's called simply this: do not stand by my grave and weep. Do not stand by my grave and weep. I'm not there. I do not sleep. I'm 1,000 winds that blow. I'm the diamond that glints on the snow. I'm the sun on ripened grain. I'm the gentle autumn rain. When you awaken in morning's hush, I'm the swift, uplifting rush of quiet birds in cycled flight. I'm the soft stars that shine at night. Do not stand at my grave and cry. I'm not there. I did not die. He's brought us all together today, many different communities. And I don't know if we'll ever get together again. But if we can share what we have amongst ourselves, then Dawson won't die. And we don't have to stand and cry. Dawson's brought us together for a reason. There's something here. This is a special time. We're all together, and when we're finished, we'll all go back to where we've come from and do the things that we do. But I think there's an awesome opportunity for us to do and take the example that Dawson made in Te Piringa. And that's for us to work together to ensure that all of our rangatahi get the best opportunities to be successful, whether on the stage or whether on the sports field, but certainly and particularly in the classroom. So journey well, my brother. Your time here is done. Excuse me. Kei te tuakana, kei te rangatira. Nōku, nō māu ko te whiti. Te honere, ko whai wāhi māua ki a koe. Haere e hoa. Haere ki te kō mata o te rangi. Ki te huihuinga o te kahura. E te rangatira haere. Haere. Haere atura. Can I please ask Te Piringa to stand? Find a place somewhere. And let's give Dawson one last blast. Excuse me. Hare ki mua. Hara mai ki mua nei. Engari, ki nā tahataha, waiho te mea kai waina nui, te huarahi kai waina nui, kia ki te ai, te katoa I te pāpā nei. Me te kaupapa e tū ana, kai waina nui te kaupapa. Te hui. Gosh, it's half the hall. Sorry. Didn't know it was going to be that much. Kaya koutou.
Kia ora mai tātou katoa kua hui hoi mai nei tēnei rā. I te tuatahi e tino hiahia nau ki te tukumihi ki a koutou katoa kua haere mai ki te tautoko i tōku pāpā, i tōku whānau hoki i tēnei wā pauri. Kia koutou kua tai mai te rānei, kia koutou hoki i haere atu ki te kupunga, i haere atu hoki ki te ohipera, ki te tautoko mai i a mātou, nei rā te mihi aroha matunga kore, kia ora koutou katoa. Kei konei ahau ki te tū, o e kōrero ana mātou toko toru i te rānei. Engari, he tino hiahia ōku ki te kōrero i te pepeha, i ngā pepeha o tōku pāpā. I tēnei wiki kua rangona no hea ia, no rongo whakaata no Ngāti Koro ki Kahukura. Engari, kāre anō au kia rongo i tōna pepeha, i ona pepeha katoa. No reira, he tino hiahia ōku ki te kōrero i ona pepeha i te rānei. Ki te taho o tōku kraua, a Jubilee Tamatea, ko maunga haumi te maunga, ko waipāua te awa, ko te aitanga a mahaki me rongo whakaata ngā iwi, ko takitimu te marae, ko te whānau a taupara te hapū. Ko te poho o te whakarauoratanga a tūtamure te tipuna whare, a ko takitimu te waka. Ki te tāo tōku kuia, aneni Pat, aneni Pikirangi, ko maunga tautari te maunga, ko tainui te waka, ko waikato te awa. Ko maunga tautari te marae, ko Ngāti Koro ki Kahukura ngā iwi. I just want to thank you all for coming to celebrate my dad today, and to all of you who have come to the hospital, and also to te kupunga o te mātauranga. we really, really appreciate all the support and all the love that you guys have shown towards my dad and to my father as well. I'm a bit sorry, none of us actually organised a speech. We've been a bit busy this week. So I've been sitting at the chair thinking of what am I going to say. And I was thinking of a few little stories and a few memories that I've got with our dad. And one of them is when I moved back from Wellington, I suggested that every Sunday we have whānau dinner and we have a catch up and we just all hang out together. And so every Sunday I'd usually pick Hannah up and we'll go over to Mum and Dad's house for dinner. And when you drive up to the driveway, you see the big kitchen windows, and there will be Dad doing all his facials and all his actions, being a weird dad or being Paps. And he was always like that. Every time we'd see him, he'd be doing his funny facials and his sound effects and everything. And it was always something that, was always funny, and we always loved so much about our dad. And another memory that I will always have about my father is when I was at boarding school. Actually, I was a little bi-curious, and and it was like my dad didn't know about it at the time, and my boarding school pulled me into the boardroom and we had all the fire, Miss Tony Ma, Nanny Collins, Nanny Y, and all these scary nannies. And they called my parents in this conference call, and they were going to tell my parents that I had a girlfriend, and I was freaking out at the time. Like, oh my gosh, what is Dad going to say? And they told my dad, and I was thinking, oh no. And he said to me, Kimmy, you can be a little shit at times and you can piss me off at times too, but I'll always have your back and I'll always support you. And so, there's just something that I always thought of. He's always been supportive of my whole family, of Mum and my two sisters with Waho as well. He's been our rock, and he's been... he's such an important man to us, and we're going to miss him so very much. And there's, millions of stories. No doubt all of us, most of us will have stories about my father, and, it'd be cool to share them all with everybody. And like it was mentioned earlier, I'd love to go on Facebook and actually see what people have had to say. I haven't actually responded. I have seen what some of you guys have written, and we all appreciate all the love and support that you have shown towards our whānau. So I just want to thank you guys so much for being here, for supporting our whānau as well, and also being a part of my father's life. So from me, thank you very much, guys, and I'll pass you along to the sisters.
Hello everyone. I'm Hannah, and I'm the youngest daughter of Dawson. I'd just like to thank you all for coming out here today. It's been obviously not a good reason why we're here, but we really appreciate all the support and all the love that everyone has shown us. To my squad, to my homie, to my brothers and sisters, and to everyone out there, thank you so much. I don't, obviously a bit taken for words, but I'd just like to share some special things about my dad. So, he was the shortcut king. He would go through drive-thrus to miss a light or whatever. My dad was the facial and sound effects king. It was great. He was the croc king, hence why us girls are wearing Crocs.
Even though they're a bit ugly.
Yeah, even though they don't fit. We'll really miss you, Dad. We really do love you. To Mum, we got this, and I love you like a lollipop from Pick and Save. And thank you all for coming today. We really do appreciate it. And thank you from me.
Mate, if life was a competition, you would win every single award, And I know that you would be looking down on us right now, stoked that I'm about to give you all of these awards that I've made up. The first one would be the Best Dad Award. Us three girls have been so lucky to have you as our dad. From day one, you have been there to support us in every single thing that we do, and we will be forever grateful. Another award that I would give you is the Most Embarrassing at Times Award. Now, Naitana earlier mentioned the putt-putt, and I was just about to say, put your hand up if you remember the putt-putt, but yeah, that's a teacher thing. But yeah, so Dad used to have the putt-putt, and he really did rep it. It was embarrassing for us girls.
We used to shotgun sitting in the back so we could hide.
But one time after the races, he became obsessed with a horse called Bone Crusher. And I'll never ever forget driving down Broadway. Dad had all the windows down so we could be fully seen, and he was driving down Broadway going, Bone Crusher, down the main street of Palmerston North. Again, as Nathan has said, he could fit that car anywhere. Parent-teacher interviews, we park right outside the classroom. He was our netball coach in intermediate. He would come straight from school and you could hear him coming. He'd go zooming across the court and park right next to the net on the other side. Yeah. Probably one of the most special awards that I would give you is the Best Husband Award. Mum has always known how lucky she was to have you. She appreciates that you were always there to uplift and encourage her. Regardless of anything, you always stood by Mum and you always stood by us girls. As my sisters have already thanked everybody, I'd just like to make a few special mentions to a few people that have played a really important part in our dad's life. I apologise if I miss anybody, but these people have, especially over the last few days as well. So obviously, Palmerston North Boys High School, where Dad's been for almost 30 years. He absolutely loves this school, and the fact that we're having his service here, I know that he would have loved that. The second group would have to be Te Piringa. He absolutely loved every one of you within that group, tutors and students. It was like a second whānau. The Bumpfa golf tournament group. Thanks for playing golf with Dad. So I have not written a speech, so excuse me. Te kupinga? Te kupinga o te mātauranga marae for everything. Te wānanga o Aotearoa. The Māori wardens who helped get Dad here today, the police and the Palmerston North City Council, and Naitana, Papa Damon, all of the speakers here today, and at the marae, all of the ringawera, the kaikaranga. Yes, oh my gosh, my sisters are like feeding me all these people, but yeah, every single person that has been here since Monday morning, and we really appreciate it. Would like to make a special mention of a group that Mum and Dad were a part of since I was, since I was in my conceived year. Born. It was before I was born. Mum and Dad, they started a group for antenatal classes called Parent Centre. You guys are a really, really special group of people to Dad and Mum. You know, growing up, we've always kept in touch. There's me, Hayden, Andy, and James, and our parents have, once upon a time we'd have get-togethers as kids. Now it's just the parents that get together. It's really special that you guys go on weekends away and keep in touch. I know that Dad really, really loved that. So, this is a big mihi to you guys. Mum, I can't even imagine, how you're feeling right now, but again, we got this. We're here for you, and we love you. We, instead of a song, have put together a photo tribute for Dad. But before we play that, just once again would like to thank everybody for coming here and for being a part of our Dad's life. So ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa.
And could we please have the lights off so we can all see the PowerPoint, please?
Children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us how we used to be. Everybody's searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone who fulfilled my need. A lonely place to be. So I learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I fail, if I succeed, at least I'll live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity. Be remind us how we used to be. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I fail, if I succeed, at least I'll live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity. Because the greatest love of all was happening to me. I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all. And if by chance that special place that you've been dreaming of leads you to a lonely place, find your strength in love.
Tēnā nō tātou katoa. And after the service, Papa Dawson will be heading to College House. There will be refreshments provided for everyone. This was an important place to Papa Dawson, especially the ladies in the kitchen. And I'm sure we're going to get some of that special bacon and egg pie. Following our time at College House, we will depart to the cemetery. On our way to the cemetery, we will drive past the golf course. So if you're following, please be mindful of the amount of room at the golf course. Papa Dawson will be then buried at Kelvin Grove Cemetery. Following his interment, there will be a hākari, a feast, at Te Kupinga o Te Mātauranga down Centennial Drive in Hokowhitu. At this time, I would like to invite Papa Whitiora to close for our closing karakia, our closing prayer. And our hymn is Whakaaria Mai. After the karakia, we'll sing Whakaaria Mai. While this hymn is being sung, Papa Dawson will be carried out of the school hall. Kia ora tātou.
Ai te māngai e na anehira pono e te toko toru tapu. Whakaungia mātou ki roto i tō arohanoa. Pai heretia ana mātou ki te rangi māria i ngā wā katoa, ko te māngai ana hei tautoko mai, ai nei, ake nei, ai. Ake timata te waita whakamutunga, whakaaria mai. E tu tātou, please stand. Pallbearers.
You've been living your life, getting what you're after, knowing you're not alone.
If you cover your eyes, the world moves faster. We won't be here for long. And the lucky ones that make no sound till the cash machines stop breaking down, while the lunatics are waiting round for God.
Head in the sky, the stars that you run around brightest before they fall, bringing all our cities alive for the final meltdown. It's only natural. And the lucky ones that make no sound until the cash machines stop breaking down, while the lunatics are waiting round for God. It's funny, we grow no more the less we know.
It's funny how we grow, no more the less we know.
It's funny how we grow no more the less we know.
and the moon is the only light you see. No, I won't be afraid, no, I won't be afraid, just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Stand by me. Oh, stand by me. 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 If the sky that we look upon should tumble and fall, and the mountains should crumble to the sea, I won't cry, no, I won't cry, I won't shed a tear, just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Stand by me. Won't you stand by me? Stand by me. Won't you stand by me? Won't you stand by me? Stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. Won't you stand by me? Stand by me. Won't you stand by me? Won't you stand by me? Stand by me. 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 So darling, darling, stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me.